Blah, 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 blah. What up, what up, what up? Tom, yes. I don't know if I'm going to call this starting early. I may call it starting on time. But, yeah, we're here. I need to... I get all the spots on my mask. A little bit left on the left eye. Yeah. That's good there. That's that. Also, kind of upset at myself because I made the thumbnail with this, and I wanted to fly it today. But, you know the rules. And I don't want to do the 130, 125, or 66 yet, because the plan today is to make it down here, which means we'll be in Australia next stream. I want to do either the 125 or the 130 for here. So I don't want to do any of our Australia things since we're limited to those 3 helicopter choices. So far, per your directive. Let's go ahead and get this place selected. Does it not show any parking places for this airport? No, of course not. Helicopter, helicopter, helicopter. Let's do L3. Gives a little bit of range. Configure. Livre. Air evac. Sure. Let's see, saving back. We are right at the edge of range. Do we want to go here? That type Salabel Island or whatever island in the description. Boigu Island, we're going here. This set is arrival. This is nice enough for us. Not bad. Let me go ahead and change weather. That's pretty shit. That's a parking place though, that's nice. Also, there's like a nice little town or something. Ooh, this one looks decent. Let's do this one. That will be our mid-fuel stop. Anything else along the way that's interesting? Mopa. So that could... Ooh, that's definitely neat. Let's stop here. Cool. I like it. Sean, what up with your boy, Skinny Penis? Cool. I'm happy with that. Let's run it. Because this will make it where our next stream puts us on Australian soil. Oh my god, all the doors are on? Holy crap. Bell 206L3 is the steed for the day. Not definitely too short in this. Let's get rid of that lollipop there. Battery is going to be on. Horn is going to be off. Throttle down. All the way down. Okay, cool. Da-da-da-da-da. Fuel valve is on. Sick. That's what I want to see. Anti-collision lights on so nobody collides with our tail rotor as we start to turn this bad boy on. Just going to hit our starter real quick. We're going to watch our N1s. Once we get up to 15%, we're going to click it up to the idle detent, which I just have to pretend where that is. Click. We're looking for the 60-ish percent N1 range. We'll throw the generator at it then. Cool, that's about there. Avionics on, pitot heat on, position lights on. Jeez, torque, calm down, bud. Slowly bring everything up. That is spinning. Be back in 20. Adios. See you soon. I'll be here. Not here, but I'll be. So yeah, welcome to episode 34, everybody. Today we are west of Papua New Guinea. Going to be flying into Papua New Guinea, but we're really not spending much time there because tomorrow and or the next stream we are going to be heading to Australia. Except this is troubling me for a second. What's wrong here? I think it was because I had my whatever on. Let me restart this real quick. Something's bugging me. Okay, cool. Ready to fly. Shift C. Here, that's off. Battery on, that's off. Position lights on. We can hit starter, that's on. And we're going up. Blades should start moving about now. There they go. Clicked up into start detent. Generator on, avionics. That's good there. Low rotor RPM is okay and welcome. Because we're going to slowly turn this up, but we're not going to have the governor switch that's usually active, flying some of the other helicopters already on, because that's going to steal it from us. We don't want to have that stolen from us. Area Evac live team today, correct. Okay, so off we go. We're facing the wrong way, so we're going to rotate ourselves this way. Do a little bit of drift out of here because these people don't know what helicopters are. Gotta fucking give them a show. Yeah, I wanted to do the 160 today, just for easy cruising, but I put it in a thumbnail because I wanted to do the range measurements, because I usually like plan everything out before I even start streaming or whatever. And I made the thumbnail and everything and got it posted. I was like, shit, I wanted to fly that today. So, oh well. I got a little bit of an early start, which really is an on-time start. I mean, really, I'd like to start like 8, but I'm usually busy. So. I had a nice on-time start today, as far as these streams are concerned. And 330 knots to go. That's slang for nautical miles, but not really. Traveling 124, 123, what's ground speed? Not giving me ground, 119 up. Yeah, so about dead air for us. Yeah, if you weren't here yesterday, you missed a killer stream. And by killer, I mean boredom. Not a lot happened. Should be up for the whole stream tomorrow. Thanks for stopping in regardless. As always, glad to see you. Wonder what our wind speeds at different altitudes are. It's a nice thing about having Tom in here. He's always checking for flight and stuff since he is a pilot himself. So he usually gives us a pretty decent idea of what the wind speeds and everything are at different altitudes. And I think Berlin, happy Pride Month. I'm very proud that it's not Pride Month in my house. Are we talking Pride MMA? I'll be happy for that. I'm not going to be happy for delusion. Welcome to the real YouTube, the real raw Multi-Shot Mad. Multi-Shot Mad does not celebrate Pride Month. You shouldn't be proud of being a disgrace to God. I'll pray for you though. We don't support abominations on this channel. Oh, this will show me what the winds are. Nope. These flight recorders, ATC, controls, camera, EFB. Hey, nothing that helps me. I'm proud to be cute. That's the attitude. Sean, you have a biased opinion. You can't vote in this, but Belinda, you're pretty cool. I like you. Although, Belinda, do you happen to know any more Hispanic females? I've gotten addicted to watching more conspiracy theories. Or this is the reason why I'm looking at Hispanic females now. I'm watching more conspiracy theories and guesses and whatever else on the new Grand Theft Auto to come out. And the dude, I'm going to identify with him. He's going to be like my Ryan Gosling. He has a little Hispanic baddie, and they commit crimes together. And it's really making me want a Hispanic baddie that I can go commit crimes with. So if you happen to know any single Hispanic baddies that want to go commit crime, I may be down for the count. I'll be right where I want to be then. There's so many fucking trees here. Holy crap. Get just the slightest, like 1 or 2 mile an hour tailwind. Oh, that's kind of perfect. Grippy socks, grippy box. I mean, I'm sure I can help them work through any sort of instabilities that they may think that they have. Comes on my work maybe. I don't want a Mormon. I'm not into bed shaking. Also, I would like to come by just to see what it's about, but I also don't know what the bring a friend to work day things are. Although since you've obviously talked to them about the Hunter Constantine belt, so they already kind of know who I am. So it wouldn't be like a completely, like, who's this random person? It's I feel like you've mentioned me before. Just be prepared for jealousy because you drink Sean cheese. For Pilates? Oh, damn. Yeah, one of my sayings that I totally don't mean, but I also totally do mean, is grippy socks, grippy pox. So let's see. I'm still pretty much dead air here. Dumb. Stunt friend, he's been moonlighting at a motorcycle repair shop. I gotta go drop by there, say hey to him. I drove by yesterday because I was doing some errands to go get some groceries, some raw milk, some farm beef, etc., etc. And does it say something institution on the socks? If so, she's carrying it over from the institution. Can you draw a heart force in the sky? Let's see. Okay, we'll consider ourselves going up the left leg. Also, happy anniversary. I moonlight at the psych ward, my office. And we're going up the left side of the heart now. Doing this bit. This may be more of an anatomical part. Okay, we're at 2.6, so I need to take 90 degrees off that. So we're going back to 170. Now we're 170, we're going to start curving around at a slower pace, a 180 degree turn. So it's like a 350 heading. Also, you guys made me do math for your anniversary, so you better be very happy about that. Now we're coming down the right side of the heart. If we run out of gas, I'm blaming this on you guys. Give it like 10 more seconds, and we'll call that a complete at the bottom. Because we were already to the right of the flight director, and there we go. 90 degrees to finish it out. Or really back on flight director to finish it out. Also, Berlin, I haven't forgot about you. I will be letting you know. I'll be even personally messaging Sean the days leading up to when we get to the spot where there are cats that I can find. I think it's tigers. I think that's the thing. But yeah, I feel like Sean's disgusts me at his work because I'm putting such a high level demand on them to actually make a good concealed carry belt. Because I don't think anybody does. So I think like they already know me. Oh, this is that guy? Oh. You find me, Tiger, I donate $5. So what you're telling me is to become a poacher. Am I allowed to hit the tigers? I got some prototypes done to put it on hold. Ugh. Convinced them to let me be a beta tester. Since they won't give me free belts to run at the range, and at least give me a free belt to use daily so that way I can test and be like, no, do better. Make a better buckle, this is bullshit. Okay, so I cannot hit the cats. This isn't poaching, this is viewing. I can't believe we'll be in fucking Australia tomorrow, jeez. It'd be so much quicker just to use an airplane. If I was doing this with an airplane, we'd be actually celebrating Pride Month. Okay. Oh, but I hope everybody's doing okay. Also, I did forget to do something. I forgot to do this. Got to check this. Online East USA, 78 milliseconds. Need to update this in case somebody wants to fly with us. East USA. Save. Cool, so that's an updated description. Save and back. Resume. Gotta make myself taller again. too tall. Just right. I still need to 3D print the idea for a buckle that I have. But I've yet to do so. I've got so many other little things on my mind. Making one of my businesses. I did the second week of degradation testing today, where I made a product, because it's a food product. And I have a whole bunch of jars sitting in the cupboard. And I'm waiting a week trying some, to see if prolonged storage has any effect on the product. But today was week 2 of that. And it worked. Still a bit of the aftertaste with it, which is good. So. Thanks. 8 people watching already on a Thursday? What is going on with that? Hello, everybody. 7 people, but same. It's funny, it's 206, so I basically ride with the cyclic all the way pushed forward. That's what's getting us our 128, 129 knots, really speeding this thing out. What it does right now, we're starting to lose altitude. So I add a little collective. It'll throw a whole bunch of altitude at us, but it'll speed or slow us down, and then this thing basically porpoises. Even if you get it pretty equilibrium, we're kind of start. See there, we're gaining some altitude. Losing a bit, gaining some. Parts are still available to do it, just not those specific parts from that specific list. Let's see, what other cool business ideas are happening in the world of Matt's ADHD brain? Okay, Sean, a food truck or food trailer that you can pull up outside of a gym or whatever. I say gym because there's a reason. And we make food prep food. So like you can have the we can calculate out the protein, the fat, the carbs, the whatever of doing like beef, rice, and vegetables, or chicken, sweet potato, vegetables, you know, like a couple, like 2 different proteins, 2 different carbs, 2 different vegetables, and then maybe a sauce. So we call it like, I was thinking call it gainers, because you're looking for gains, and sell TRT. All beef will be treated with the highest dose of steroids that you can orally take. But the only downside is food's not fucking cheap to get into. And also it's like you're pretty limited to to that market. Like, not many other people are going to want to order boy slop. And when I say boy slop, I mean like shit that dudes cook when they don't want to make anything. So it's like, ah, yes, you want ground beef and rice. Perfect. We have just the meal for you, ground beef and rice. I do want to put a gym in Noonan, though. Put it right next to fucking One Life. And have it listed as a gym that will operate 24 hours a day and not close at 6 o'clock. And have all the same amenities. We still have dose to modify me. Yeah, I don't want organic. I want the one with leftover testosterone injections and steroids. I want the cow that looked like Kimbo Slice to be what I'm fucking eating. But yeah, there's a lot of little fucking businesses I want to do. I've got some cash that I've been sitting on, slowly being eaten away by survival of existing without work. Trying to find ways to spend it that will make me money. And since I don't know how to do Forex trading because I don't know what to look for and how to hunt for different ones to trade to and against. Because like I get the point, like find a currency you think's losing value, find a currency you think's gaining value, and you do trades to take advantage of that difference. And I don't know how to look for those. I don't know what the things for that is. You know, what are the tells to make that thing to look into. Yeah, stonks is easier, but I don't want to day trade stonks for stuff that's in Wall Street and whatever. I would prefer just to invest in companies that I believe in. That seems like the morally right thing to do. Money trading, though, I'm okay trading currency. I've got no moral qualms against that, because that's a matter of like entire countries as a whole. Like, okay, cool. Like, it's not exactly betting against the country, it's just using what's already happening to make money. With stock trading, I want to find companies that I enjoy, that I believe in, and then let them do their thing. But I think there's a lot more upside on Forex trading, because you can trade two different things against each other, basically. It's like, okay, cool, I can buy a shit ton of GBP, Great Britain pound right now. And I know that money is going down, but I also see that the Japanese yen is going up. So I can get a lot more Great Britain pound for my US dollar. And then trade all that once that goes up and sell it for something. It's just the ability to trade against the other stocks. Like, if I could just trade stock for stock, that'd be a different thing. Like, okay, cool, Sipco Industries, which is like helicopter part manufacturing, it's one of the few ones that I actually know the name of in the stock market. It's like, okay, cool, like they went up $1. That means only like a $2.50 stock, but they went up like $3.50 over the past couple of months. It's like, cool, they're going good now, so I could sell out all of mine of those and buy it into Tesla, because Tesla's losing value right now because of the beef going on. Actually, are they? I haven't looked. What's Tesla doing right now? TSLA. Dropping. What up? So they were at 345 and now they're at 280. The question is, right now would be a good time to get into it, obviously, comparatively to where it's been. But is it going to go back up? Or will the whole beef with Trump kill Tesla? Or even out their stocks? Because before it's made it to 420 and it being at 290 right now, there's almost a guaranteed $100 come up per share. And 25% increase if it makes it back to where it was previously. So, who knows? I don't want to say he's too big to fail, but he was very big, but then he put himself in a very compromising positions being in bed that openly with politicians. It doesn't matter if you did it for left or right, either way, I mean, it fucking doesn't matter. It's going to come back and bite eventually. God, there really is nothing out here. We're not even in mountainous regions anymore. Let's see. Move you over here. Do flight planner. Yeah, it looks like we're just in the plains. About 80 miles till our next target. Yep, 88 miles. But yeah, so I'm interested in where it goes. Like, a smart person would be buying right now because I see that there's so much with Tesla where it's like, cool, I mean, it's a decently solid car company. They have so much going for them everywhere. The big thing is just they have somebody that runs their mouth on Twitter. But then again, that person was big enough to afford to buy Twitter. So I don't know. I'm tempted to throw a couple of thousand at it to see if I can make a quick $500 to $800. But I don't think it'll go back up that quick. But like, I would day trade Forex, but I don't know if I'd day trade stocks just because I'd rather just invest in stocks that I see beneficial. But at the same time, I'd also rather put the barrier for gaining in myself. Because trading Forex, you have to only invest money that you're willing to lose. Trading stocks, you have to only invest money you're willing to lose. Trading crypto, you have to only invest money that you're willing to lose. So it's it's not a smart thing because I'm not in a place where I'm willing to lose anything. I prefer not to. If film was working full time, then sure, yeah, I'd throw $1,000 a week into it or whatever. But I'm not, so I'm not going to. But at the same time, I can look into, let's just say, a detailing business, because I'm a car guy. I enjoy cleaning and washing cars. I can do a detailing business. I already have a lot of the stuff to do that. But then I can also put out that feeler that, like, hey, we also detail airplanes. And an airplane typically takes a little bit longer, but it costs a double or triple what an automotive detail would cost. And depending on different levels of cleaning and stuff, there's also different chemicals you have to use that are approved. But that's an option. And that also puts me next to people who are pilots and that own airplanes and own helicopters, which is where I want to be anyways. And then people who have those things, they typically have a higher income than the normal person getting their car detailed once a year. So it's easier to sell bigger things to them. But then also with detailing and stuff, you're kind of limited to detail sort of products and services. Like, sure, you can wash our car, our plane, our helicopter, but I mean, we're gonna hire the landscaping guy to do our landscaping. We're gonna hire the handyman guy to do our handyman work. Like they're all separate people. So detailing something I can do, but it's limited as far as to what's, I won't say upsellable, but for lack of better terms, upsellable. Plain cleaning chemicals are rough on you. Yeah. But it's also like a matter of what level of cleaning do you want to get into, do you want to offer. I think there are some relatively mild things that's used for, let's just say, standard washing, you know. But when you start getting into like degreasers and stuff like that, it's definitely more gnarly. Are those buildings over here? Let's go a look. So it's like nothing's perfect, but that's something that puts me closer to a place that I would want to be anyways, and it puts me closer to people that I want to be around, which we were kind of talking about this at the end of the stream last night, because I was talking about buying nice watches. And a lot of people can say like, oh cool, like why would you want to buy a $10,000 Rolex? And it was like, if I was in the position right now to where I could afford that, because I've already got cars that run, I've got whatever else. If I was in a position right now to where I had a spare 10 grand, I was working consistently to where I didn't have to worry about savings or anything, yeah, I'd buy one immediately. Because having that and hanging around the people that I already kind of hang out with and talk and do things with, it puts me in a room with bigger people, with more experience, with more stories and more access to different things. And when you're somebody who has that nicer thing, just like supercars, you know, buying a Lamborghini or Ferrari, even if it's bad monetarily, if you're just using it as a car, it's a great investment because it's a key. It's a key into some doors that don't exist unless you have that. So you have to look at stuff like that. Will it put me in the same room with somebody who has 10 Lamborghinis? Probably, you know? You have something in common there and y'all can talk and he'd be like, oh yeah, you know, I got into business painting houses and now I own a house painting empire. So there's a lot of different things along those lines that are worth it for me to look into, to consider. Although right now I'd rather be able to spend part of my savings on the startup of something. Detailing is probably closest for me right now. And that's mainly just because I've got a lot of this equipment already. It's something I'm good at. And I can be in charge of how much money I make. No, I'm not worried about whatever else. You know, it's already there. I don't have to worry about markets going up or down. It's like, okay, cool. You know, I can clean a couple of cars a week. I can talk to used car dealerships and see if I can get headlight cleaning gigs through them so that way they don't have to do it. You know, so like, okay, cool. Like if you bring me one car to do, then I'll charge you $75 a car. But if it's 2 cars, you know, we'll do it for fucking $60 each. And it'll be done the right way. And on top of that, you can do detailing and leather repair. and like interior steaming and cleaning and like doing stuff the right way. And that's upsellable, and that's cars continue to move through car dealerships and used car dealerships. So it's a plus for them. It's a plus for you because it's an account that can be set up. And it can be directly billed. I mean, it might be on like a net 30 or net 60 or something, but either way, it's something that can be directly billed and paid. I feel like working on my food thing. There. Oh, by the way, Sean and Belen, this Saturday, the 7th, as in 2 days from now, is the vintage fly-in down at Barnstormers in Williamson, Georgia, at a Peach State Aerodrome. I'll be there like noon to 4, somewhere in there, if you would like to come hang out. And I think I'm going to have Dino with me. That's the plan right now. But if y'all like to come down, feel free to come down and say hey. See, it's a lot of different things I'm looking at, a lot of different things I want to try to get into. It is, but they got licensing to use all the original tooling for the manufacture of it. My friend's discussing as a typical man, there is a desire for an HK MP5. Of course, HK only sells the SP5, which are like severely cucked because HK hates the civilian market. But POF, Pakistan Ordnance Factory or whatever, they had the permission and the original tooling for the MP5. We're going to be into Lanaga. You want to pick me up a jar of dirt while you're up there? I'll pay you back. If you go up to Christen Gold Mine, which isn't the one that you get to tour the mine, it's like a shop that's like 5 minutes north of the city, I believe. Christen, Crisson. Because there's the one that you can tour, which is a neat tour. You better do the gold mine tour. But I believe you go to Christen, you can buy pay dirt. And they have like a $175 jar that's been... It's like their most expensive jar of dirt. And then they have another one called the Nugget Bucket, which is the same jar of dirt, but they toss a nugget in there. So if you want to pick me up one of those, I'll pay you for either one. I think the Nugget Bucket's like $3.50 or something. If you do that, I'll send you the dollary dues. Or if you just get the normal one, I'll send you the dollary dues. Yeah, Delonaga's cool. I want to pan something else, so that's why I said that. And it's like I'm not throwing away $175. I've just about broke even on my normal bucket. Although the Nugget Bucket would be cool to get a small little gold nugget with it. Consolidated Gold Mine, that's the one you can do the tour of. Should be 60 miles, 65 miles from our first stop. If something happens and you're not in Dahlonega, then feel free to drop by. It will be open PvP though, so be prepared. PvP is enabled. Just don't hang the kids around either. It's so nice not having Elaine. Elaine had a ride with us yesterday. Kind of a bummer, but it's nice today. What else? panning gold. It's relatively relaxing. It's like, yeah, sure, I could get a, I don't say an auto panning setup, but like one of the ripple things where the water kind of goes over and the gold gets trapped in the sluice. That's it, sluice box. It's like, okay, cool. It's like a Cheez-It tub full of dirt. And mine, just about an even amount of gold in there. And the cool thing is, if you hold on to the gold, it goes up in value. So even if you get $150 worth of gold out of the jar, guess what? Selling it for 2 years and now you're good. It's appreciated that much. Actually, no. I've been there since. The previous last time I went to Dahlonega, I actually went with a Latina. So that was fun. I do want to go back though. I do need to get out and go somewhere and do something. I need that bit of adventure. Although I honestly do feel like I need salt water more than anything right now. So I'd almost much rather be on the beach. I really want to be on like the Gulf Coast. Just because water's warmer, water's clear. I've got a couple of friends down there I could stay with, possibly. I mean, I do have a place to stay in Wilmington, North Carolina as well. Thoughts on Botkin? You didn't answer if you were going to buy my jar of dirt for me. Or did you have the volume off? But yeah, so Botkin. From what I can tell, somebody sent a PP picture to Kara. I'm assuming that's what it was. I may have been a... Oh, if anybody's unsure of who we're talking about Lucas Botkin, the former owner of a company called T-Rex Arms, who provided some pretty high quality Kydex holsters. We will try to get you a jar of dirt. If you have anything, call or text me or whatever and be like, hey, I found the dirt. It's X amount of dollars. If you want it, send me money, and then I'll cash up you or Venmo you or whatever. So yeah, Botkin. He was the former owner and founder of T-Rex Arms, which was a holster company, which became very popular. And it became popular because on top of him inventing a new style of holster, where there had been people who had done appendix carry, which is carrying where the, I can't see what's up, but like where your gun's here in front of you, you're unfamiliar. With that, which people had done before, but he made it where on the gun was here on this side, you'd have a magazine that also fit into the holster there. He called it the sidecar. Everybody made fun of it for a while, then it became obvious that it's a pretty superior way for people who aren't obese to carry a firearm. Consistently get very quick draws, prints very, very little, where it doesn't show under your shirt, and gives you the ability to have an extra magazine. Or like me, I carry a tourniquet on mine. Either way, founder of that company, and he got really, really popular with the sidecar, and then also he did a lot of training videos of him shooting quickly, which shooting quickly, cool guy stuff, people are going to eat it up and watch it. Is this a road? Interesting. So he got very popular with that. Then they started selling just like normal outside holster, or I think he started by selling normal outside the waistband holsters, magazine holsters, belts. Then he started doing reselling or dealer selling of lights and accessories and other stuff that he used and he vetted and he found good. Anyways, became very, very popular. Multi-million-dollar company. 2 buildings, they owned all the manufacturing and everything. So, he was also a very outspoken white Christian male. So the world's against him, but the company's morals were pretty aligned with him. But anyways, somebody at the company sent, from what they say, they sent something to somebody close to him that he didn't like. They didn't do anything as the company to punish that person, and he wasn't a fan of that. And then he decided that was the last straw, and he cut ties because like he had kind of went in partnership with like 4 other people. So they're buying him out from the company. And apparently this had been building up for a while. My assumption is it building up for a while is, if it was just him running the company, I don't think it'd be that big of a thing because it would have been taken care of quickly. But being with partners, he may still see the business purely as, I want to make good products, I want to sell good products, and I want to keep the moral of this mentality that I have of a prepared citizen. But social media exists, and that means he's free to tell people that, hey, Pride Month is stupid. You know, we don't deal with that type of stuff here, you know, or you know, whatever the case. Things that are great for your core public business to people like me, because I support people who support the same beliefs I do. But if they're looking to get military contracts or police department contracts or whatever, a lot of these departments can get big backlash from their community if it's found out that they spent a whole bunch of money with like a super far or whatever extremist that happens to call gay people by what they are, blah, 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 blah. And it's not a good look, and it can lose tens of thousands of dollars per corporate client or whatever. So I assume that's been a thing the past few years since he split it up to having multiple business partners. I can see some of them still while having the same moral direction as him. Maybe also saying like, hey, you know, we've scaled pretty good here, but we've kind of flatlined as far as what we're doing. Why can't we scale up more? To like Safari Land, which is a big military contractor for holsters and stuff. So I'm assuming it was something along those lines of like, hey, why can't we do this instead? And probably always like internal discussions and things about that. So I feel like he's kind of been wanting to get away from that a bit. Him and his wife have also got into real estate trading. I think he's also doing business mentoring for other people, going to other businesses and helping them, like doing consultant stuff for getting them up to speed. So I don't think the next thing he's going to do is going to be inventive. He may still be doing the cool, fun guy stuff because that's what his beliefs are. But I think the next thing he's going to do is going to be some sort of business consulting, pro-business, pro-entrepreneurship sort of thing. This almost looks like fire, wildfire fingers. Yeah, so I think that's what he's going to be doing next. On that, though, what happened, I think somebody that was higher up at his company happened to send a picture or a message that was way less than PG to Kara. I don't know who else is close enough to him where that would have been a problem. But I also feel like maybe if it was sent to her, it would have been like an immediate firing of whoever it was. Maybe if it was like... I also don't know who was close to him, you know. I don't know. I support him, you know. He's going to go do what he wants to do. He's got a very entrepreneur brain. He has the financial backing now from selling his stake in the business or being bought out of his stake, as well as just how much he's made on salary or whatever from the business. That I feel like he could retire if he wanted to, but he's not going to be happy with that. He needs to do something. Yeah, I support him. I don't see issue with any of it. Which, I mean, it kind of sucks because a lot of people do identify T-Rex Arms about being his company. Like, Lucas is T-Rex Arms, T-Rex Arms is Lucas. But also, that's kind of the thing of me looking at business type things to start. I don't want to do something that's going to put me locked into one sort of thing. Now, if I can find that one sort of thing that will just feed and feed and feed me, then I'm not going to be against it. But I think some things are very restrictive to what they can do. So I'd like to find something to start that's not just scalable in that one thing being sold to maybe having multiple branches or multiple franchises or whatever. I want it to be scalable as in just the overall types of products and services and things offered. 38 miles. But yeah, vodka, good for him. I'll still probably buy stuff from T-Rex just because, even though they didn't fire that person immediately, that they did end up letting that person go. I think, didn't Brantley say he was leaving? I think it's unrelated to Brantley. I think that was just he supports Lucas's stance and he was ready to get out. But yeah, good. Happy for him. I'll still probably buy stuff from them because they did make the right choice in the end. Isaac's still there, so we can still have some behind-the-scenes things and see how stuff is working there. And they do have a lot of good prices and sales, and they do curate good products as well. So it's not like you're having to go to one place to buy your Surefire light and having to go some other place to get your this, or some other place to get your armor, or some other place to get your... They curate good stuff, and they have good stuff there. So I could see myself continuing to use them for that. Pretty stout river off to our right over there that's following up to this stop that we're going to make. Also, I definitely did not top off fuel before we started, so I usually do that once we take off, or once we spawn in, to get us at a good starting point. Well, there's no way in hell I burned half a tank in this amount of time. Where are all the hills? There's got to be more somewhere. will say if you get lost out here, you're done. But, because it's not too far of a walk south, you know, to get to the ocean. And for the most part, if you find the river, you just follow it, and it's going to take you basically as quickly as you can to the ocean, then you can work up and down the coast. But there's like nothing here, so even if you get to the coast, like, cool, it could be 50, 60 miles until you get somewhere. If they go safari route, things are going to get expensive after. Otherwise, still a good company. So far, yeah. The next few months will be a tell for that. Ooh, Omega just teased the new Bond watch. Interesting. I'll have to read that later. But yeah, their next few months, next year, are really their next big announcement, product release, whatever, will be a good tell. Because I know they were working on retention holsters. And a lot of people don't care for retention holsters. Personally, it's like the only reason I would really want one is to run in a class, competition-wise, that requires having a retention holster or a multi-stage retention holster, one that actively retains, not just one that passively, like retention, like I have now from them. But most departments and contracts and stuff like that are with retention style holsters, which is why T-Rex didn't have a lot of holster sales to anybody that's buying as a so they didn't have a lot of sales to military people, unless it was like units buying it for whatever reason. Or a unit watches their videos like, man, that's super, super cool. We should get some of these holsters from them, support them. So I could see once their new retention holster hits, them getting a lot of sales from agencies, military contracts, polices, state, federals, whatever. But that would only be if they play by the game to where you're where your forward-most owner or forward-most partner in the business isn't openly calling everything stupid. I feel like they don't care as much if you're just quiet. Like, okay, cool, well, T-Rex Arms didn't do a Pride Month sale, so we can't use them. I think it's just like, okay, cool, like, that's not a thing, but I think if you're openly going, man, this is bad, they're all going to hell, we don't want any of that, da, da, da. I think, like, at that point, it will be, that's definitely foreign land there. I think when it gets to that point, then they're actively not going to buy product from you. So this is probably, I don't want to say a smart move, but probably a better move from them if they're looking to do more military type workings with their holsters and other gear, because I know they're coming out with bigger and better chest rigs, plate carriers, stuff like that. But honestly, if I buy another plate carrier at this point, like, there's a high chance I would be looking at the one from Rebels and Raiders, just because he's another homie that I want to support. I like what he does. He's funny. He's putting a lot of effort into it. I don't know if you saw that, Sean, but he went and did the work to start figuring out the dyes for IR or NIR reflectiveness and stuff like that. So he has that figured out. So that's a big thing for him. And I would like to see him get to the point one day where he can, I don't want to say beat T-Rex level, but I want to see him happy. Tom, welcome back. No, that was definitely 20 minutes, dude. Time works differently in Australia, apparently. We are currently 23 miles from our first destination, which is an airport that is here. That will be a fuel stop for us. We'll do another little sneaky fuel stop down here. It won't be necessary, but might as well because there's weather that we'll have to be going around and stuff too. And then down to here, which will be our final stop before we do Australia next week. Or not next week, but next stream. Center on aircraft. Zoom in. Back on course. Oh yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I told a friend. One of my friends was... admittedly, I used to have steel plates. I know, disgusting. I used to have steel body armor. But I said, okay, cool. Like, there's better stuff out there. Because I fell for the whole AR-500 marketing, just like 90% of civilians in America do, apparently. But then I offloaded it on my token black friend and sold it to him. And anyway, he's now looking to get out of it. And I was like, or looking to get out of that carrier and get better armor and stuff. I was like, dude, like, you can look at all these other places, but like, legitimately get the ones from Rebels and Raiders. Like, it literally gives you everything that you could want there. Well, see, the thing is, do I want to go to mainland Australia tonight? Or do I want to make that, like, part of the next room is breaking into Australia? Which we have hour and a half, 2 hours to discuss that now. So we can figure out if we're going to go tonight. I'm so picky. Now I will either buy things that are unique and interesting or just keep doing what I'm doing. Wink, wink. Yeah, exactly. Like me, it's like, I'm sure there are better plate carrier setups, better accessory setups, and whatever for what I have, which I have the Scarab LT, Velocity Scarab LT, which solid setup, you know. It's I don't think in any way anybody can look down on the Velocity Scarab and be like, oh no, you made the wrong decision. Unless it's just like an elitist, like, okay, you should only buy Spiritus, you should only buy Cry. Like, the Scarab LT is a solid setup for middle ground usage, you know. Like, I'm not going to throw 75 magazines and everything on it, but I'm also not going to run it slick. Like, it's a good medium-ish setup. Go to Thursday Island. It's a nice place. You're talking about this one here, I'm assuming? Yankee Hotel India Delta. But yeah, so it's like, there's by no stretch of the imagination, like, I've got crap gear. Like, sure, I could get a better plate. But I've got the Hesco T210, T212, the T-Rex arm spec. I think mine's a multi-curve now. Multi-curve plate that's rifle rated for a lot of stuff. It's like, yeah, I could go more and get a thicker Hesco or a Arme or some other sort of ceramic good plate. But at the end of the day, you know, like, is it worth that much juice to squeeze? You know, is it worth me spending an extra $800 getting full, like the lightest, or even fucking $2,000 getting the fullest, lightest, whatever, ceramic level 4s? No, I don't think so. So it's like, I've got a damn good setup for what I have, and I don't see myself changing it. I mean, unless something comes out that's like, oh, after 7 years of ownership, the Velocity Scarabs will just disintegrate. Then like, okay, yeah, I'm going to get rid of mine. It's like, I've got a very solid setup, very durable setup, so it's set up for me. I'm used to it. I've got it sized the way I want it. It's tough stuff, so it's durable, and it's not like I'm going to all of a sudden break it on the range. You know, I do treat it roughly whenever I am using it on the range, though I can feel out any sort of inconsistencies or find the weak links or whatever on it. I think I've got a good setup, and I don't see myself changing it because I'm not into that heavy of gear optimizing and changing and modification and stuff like you are. So it's like, obviously you're going to tweak and mess with your some and optimize it more and more and more. One, because you can change it easier because you can actually do the physical modifications. But two, you're also in that space. You're also around that consistently. So you're seeing it. And you're seeing the new things that come out and seeing things go, oh, that's a cool idea. Or me, it's like, cool, you know, it works. I'm not going to change what works for me unless something groundbreaking comes out or somebody breaks into my house and digs out all my stuff and takes it. Then like, yeah, sure, I'll upgrade then. But for the most part, I don't have a need to really change anything. Okay, cool. So yeah, we may jump down to the island just to... I just don't want to hit mainland Australia today. That's the thing. So we're now just 9 miles, whatever, airport traffic. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey, call sign Fuckwagon. We are 9 miles to the northwest, inbound for the ramp. Gonna steal some fuel and get out your hair. Whatever you're called, tower traffic. Whew. Actually, I could have done this. Let's see what the name was. Bade. That was easy. Okay. Bade traffic helicopter Fuckwagon. 8 miles to the northwest, inbound for the ramp. Bade traffic. Bade traffic. I wouldn't be this queer about gear if I couldn't still remember the pain of having a ruck run with full body armor and 70-pound ruck for miles with none of it fitting right. Sounds like you were in the Canadian military. Everything they have is old and outdated. At least that's what everybody on Seaburn says whenever Nathan talked about it, or he brings on the Canadian dudes. Little rain's popping up, but if it's anything like yesterday, then it shouldn't be that big of a deal. There's a couple of yellow spots further south near our next spot, our next destination, that may be slightly more to worry about, but we do have synthetic vision, so I'm not terribly worried. 2-hour trip from the airport, you're at a Thursday Island direct. I'm not sure about range. I'm sure it's okay within range, but it'll put us near the edge of range. But our next airport is kind of in line with us anyways, so we could always hit that, then go direct. So that would be down here, follow the coast, then the jump, instead of all the way over here and down. So what we'll do, we'll hit the next one and we'll follow the coast until we get Kirsch and go down. So it won't be quite as direct, but we won't just be fucking flying over water for no reason. A few more minutes is a few more minutes. The stuff you're currently issued still crap. I think that's just kind of like the... It's just kind of like normal for everybody. Like, unless you're high-speed dudes, unless you're like the legitimate fucking trigger pullers that hop out of Black Hawks consistently, I think you just kind of get crap gear. $25, $30 minute water, it's not bad. And also it looks huge because I'm not looking at the full out, zoomed out version. Zoomed in, it makes it look like it's a huge gap between the areas. Bade traffic helicopter Fuckwagon. Short final for the ramp directly from the northwest. Bade traffic. We need to bleed more speed, boys. Bleed more speed. Also not go too low because of all these tall ass trees here in PNG. Wind's at our head, so I can't do like a cool guy drift in. It sucks. I want to keep some headwind. Really flare her out right there. Stop the forward speed. Now we do more like a hospital approach, because guess what? We are flying an air evac helicopter. Cool, so fuel. We're all the way topped off. And thank you, Bade, for the quick hot fuel up. We're going to get out of here. If you hear anybody named Elaine, please hold her here. Little boats. Oh, also, I put a body on my 300 black bolt gun today, Sean. grandmother called me, and she said, Matthew, I got a question for you. Okay, now, what you got? Is it illegal to kill armadillos? I said, nope. You got one in the yard? Yes, there's 3 of them that just went under the bridge. Because we have a bridge on the property to help her cross a ditch. Okay, I'll be right over there. And, sure enough, they were on the bridge. I look on the bridge and they crawl in a hole immediately, so I can't really see it. And then I'm looking underneath one part. There's like 4 or 5 holes under this fucking bridge. Of course, my bolt action, I don't have a light on it. So she, 92 miles to next destination. So, of course, I can't really see, but then I happen to see his little head move in one of them. So I put one shot. I'm kind of point shooting it, not really aiming. So one kind of goes down his side, and he comes out, and I can see him bleeding. And he kind of rolls down into the ditch, and I kind of see him wiggling around some. So then I sunk another one, threw him up near the bottom of his, like top of his back, bottom of his neck. I didn't want his head to fall off, so I put one there, and his body kind of did a wiggle spasm for a few seconds, then he stopped moving. Didn't see the other 2. I tried to flood them out, but their hole just kept soaking up all the water as I ran the hose out to it. Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, I was hoping I could get the other 2 out, but that didn't happen. But I am glad that one crawled out of the hole. I saw him and I was like, okay, cool, shoot, because I had a clear shooting lane, like nothing but woods out behind. But if he had died in there, I would have had to find a way to get him out of the hole under the bridge. And I mean, it was like 6 inches of clearance, because it was kind of like a 2x6 here, and then the floorboards going across this way, and it was only like a few inches between the 2x6 and the ground because of the slope going down from the bridge. So it would have been a bitch to get him out, so I'm glad he crawled out. I hate taking live too on something like that, because like I'm not going to eat armadillo, obviously. And it's just kind of like rodent life at that point. But like they tear up the fucking yard, they cause damage to the ground where we have to put time and effort and energy into it. And they reproduce pretty fucking consistently too. I mean, they're not like pigs, but they reproduce consistently and quickly enough. Have you heard of a petrol drum and a lighter? Petrol, what the fuck are you? But yes, I do have fuel, but it's an older wooden bridge that we built like 10, 15 years ago, and they're underneath that, so anything to do with gasoline and fire would be frowned upon by the bridge needing to still exist tomorrow. Although we are looking at completely rebuilding the bridge, because it is old, and it is starting to have a little bit of a lean here and there. So I think after we do exterminate these, I do need to rip the entire thing up and rebuild a whole bridge. See some rain out there. Doesn't look too bad up in front of us. Water deep to the right, yep. Which we're getting to water anyway, so not too bad. No, but I have heard of a gas can and a road flare. I do have like flashbangs I could throw in there, but I think that would just scare them to keep them in the hole. I could make a... Would bleach eat through a water balloon? And also, would ammonia eat through a water balloon? Asking for a friend. And if you're unfamiliar, I'm pretty sure that's mustard gas. Isn't bleach and ammonia mustard gas? Armadillos? Oh yeah. Sean, what's bleach and ammonia? Is it mustard? Right, it's some sort of nerve agent. It's not good. Do not mix bleach and ammonia. Little bitty. This is definitely farmed area, that's for sure. Give them a little flyby. Oh, that looks like indentured servitude housing. No, even though I know we're doing, I think we're doing like 120 when we cross there. Ground speed, let's see, 109 air, 105 ground, so slight headwind. Of course, I slowed down there just because I was doing important things like flying by what's most likely modern day slavery and flexing on them. But we've been averaging 120 plus. It's funny with this helicopter, it's like right now I'm all the way forward on cyclic. And before we were just gaining altitude right here and not speeding up. So if I want to speed up, I actually have to lower the collective, get the pitch correct for the helicopter to be in a slight downward angle, and then work on leveling off the climb rate to just be slightly climbing if anything, and then the speed will slowly come back. But if you have too much and it starts feeding into the climb, even at full forward cyclic, you're just gonna gain. So is that a yes that those two does make mustard gas, or a yes that bleach and or ammonia will eat through a water balloon? Because I'm just saying I could toss those little fuckers, a little bleach balloon, a little ammonia balloon down into the hole and just leave for a few minutes until it finishes doing its thing. But then that would leave them down there. They're not going to be like a smart person go, oh crap, this is bad, I got to get out of here. They'll probably just die in the hole then. And I don't want that because then I'd have to get them out. Or I could just cover the holes. How far are we going? To our next stop, we have 75 nautical miles. Then from there, Tom, what's our next stop for Thursday? Our next stop is Whiskey Alpha Kilo Kilo. Anyways, we're going to go straight from our next stop. Instead of picking the endpoint that I had, we're going to jump down to Thursday Island, so we're right there at the tip of mainland Australia without being on mainland Australia. Because I want to save that for the next episode, the next installment. 10 people watching. Hello, everybody. Now, inevitably, since I've mentioned it, some of you are going to leave. Yep, there you go. That's what happens. But thanks, everybody, for being here. Feel free to join in the chat. Say what you like. Say what you don't want to like. Suggestions. Whatever. But we're just cruising along today on some very non-exciting grounds here in Papua New Guinea area. 166 nautical miles. So an hour and a half-ish. Maybe a little bit less. Hour and 15, hour and 20. Depends on what we can keep ground speed-wise. Since we got like a 5-knot headwind right now. Actually, it'll probably be an hour and a half because I won't be going straight line. I'll be doing straight-ish line. But I won't be doing a straight line. It won't be fully direct. Yeah, somewhere in that area. Yeah, 4 to 5 knot headwind, so we're doing 120 over the ground now. Don't gain altitude, just keep doing what you're doing. You're good. You're good, we got you. We got you, little Helly. There you go, one of the porpoise, because we're already fully up here. How did Ripon Fence go yesterday for you, Tom? Were y'all just making the post, or were you, Were you just making the post, or were you getting into the installation of them as well? .60 post, nice. For the water crossing at 3,000 feet, it has a 20-knot headwind. Best altitude would be 7,000 with a 2-knot headwind. Jeez. But we do have time to slowly climb up to that. Also, it depends on cloud cover. You know, if it's going to be... Oh no, we're going to be good down there. Cool. We'll take that. We'll take some altitude. Okay, Sean, adios. Thanks for being here. Thanks to Berlin as well. See ya. Hell yeah. See, now you just need to go to the gym after that. Also, those are some big fucking fence posts. Holy crap. $70-kilo fence posts, that's 20 kilos, it's 45 pounds. So 3 times 45. 3.5, so 45. 150-pound fence post. Now those are stout. I mean, because like usually when I think like wooden pole fence post type that I see like cows or whatever. I mean, they're 4 foot high, and I'm assuming like 2 feet in the ground, so maybe a 6 foot post total. Maybe 40 to 50 kilos. Two to 2.3 meters long. Okay, cool. So you're doing like 7 to 9 feet. Yeah, good bit taller. How much are the posts going to live on your property, or are they going somewhere else? You're making them for somebody else? Because at that point, I would assume that y'all are probably burying them only like, or it'll be like a 5 foot out of the ground post, 5 or 6 foot out of the ground post. Super dense timber. Oh yeah, timber type matters as well. I legitimately couldn't tell you what standard fence posts are made out of here. I guess it all just kind of depends on if they're ripping it from their own property's trees, or if they're getting them from somebody else, or if they're getting them pressure treated. Okay, so staying on property, cool. I mean, it's also neat that the property can self-sustain itself. Can self-sustain for stuff like that, where it's just a little bit of labor that goes into it, and then it's nothing but your time that you've put in to get it to that. Also, Tom, I was doing some more digging into, what is it, November 174 Foxtrot, the mysterious orange BO 105. I think I made the connection, although I didn't go back and check. But if you look in like the videos when he's like talking in his office, he has like a prop and a couple of tail rotor blades mounted to the wall behind him. Are those the same tail rotor blades that were off of that 105? Because that would lend credence to it being a parts car, a parts helicopter. I don't think I saw anything about accident happening with it. But if the accident happened overseas, it might not be listed in an FAA thing. So he brought it in and registered it to himself, so that way he could pull parts from a registered aircraft. And then started cannibalizing it. Yeah, I think I made that mental connection. I was watching it. I didn't go back to look, but I was like, I remember the orange one having the two-colored tail rotor blade. It was sold as an airworthy? Interesting. Even more interesting now. The mystery of the pumpkin. Like I said, or maybe that was a thing where he said they were working on a surprise. Because when he was doing the learning how to do stunt thing, they did say they had a surprise in the works. So if it was sold as airworthy, I'm probably leaning that way then. But also, those tail rotors could still be from that, and those could have been something replaced in the overhaul to get it up to show spec. there. So far, looking good. A little bit of V&E, not that I care. What are we? 50 miles from our airport. And what I might do, I might run into the FBO at this airport up here, since we'll then have another hour and a half until we make final stop for the night. Yeah, if anybody in here watching, I see we got the numbers. Definitely bigger numbers today. If y'all have any questions, feel free to let me know. We can discuss the helicopters, the computers, although I barely know what I'm doing here, computer-wise. We can discuss whatever y'all would like. If not, I just kind of sit here quiet and do my thing. I work under prompts unless I get off onto a rant about something. But also, if y'all are watching and y'all seem to be sticking around mildly, we do have like 90 to 100 more episodes of this. So you can be one of those long-time listener, first-time callers and come back and chat on a later one if you're working yourself up to it. Or you can just sit back and enjoy helicopter sounds every once in a while and chatting every once in a while, and you know, every once in a while I'll even do this. Get you some good exterior sounds. You're back. You're back with some good news. I'm assuming that means you saying, because you want to do the plane thing, you're going to come down or leave Virginia early. You're flying back tomorrow, which means you're going to try to make it up to the fly-in on Saturday. Short my vacation to the 7th. Might be able to stop by the fly-in when driving home from the airport. Oh, okay, what time does the flight land? Haven't booked the flight yet, doing so now. Nice. I plan on being there noon to 4-ish, or 1 to 4-ish, somewhere in there. Who knows? May come a little bit earlier, leave a little bit earlier, come a little bit later, leave a little bit later. Come a little bit later, leave a little bit earlier. Who knows? That's kind of the general time frame that I'm assuming I'll be there. Should be able to make it to Cairns tomorrow. Cairns? I don't remember the full plotted plan. I have it saved on the phone, but I don't remember which one was that. But we'll see. I don't want to spend a million days in Aussie. So we'll definitely do some longer legs here and there. We'll spend time in a bit more in your area. Just that way we can have a little bit of tour from you, not during shenanigans. Pronounced Cane? Pronounced Cans. No wonder y'all were a prison colony. Yeah, so we'll spend some more exploratory time kind of near the far southeast of the flight path that you had sent me. But like when we start heading west to get out to the middle of the country, we'll definitely do a longer day and just try to belt away some miles. Do our best to make this a series that actually ends one day eventually. I don't know what I'm going to do when we're finished, though. Fucking water. Apparently, you can't drink with your lungs. Fuck me. Wow, okay. Better, still not the best though. Sorry about that. You're on Delta 2973, landing at 7:30 a.m. Wow. Gonna be your first flight on a 319. Okay, cool. So you can tour guide a pretty good bit then, regardless. Wow, fuck me. Okay, better. Voice seems back to normal-ish now. Getting up to our rain up here. It does look darker, so we will actually have some rain to go through. So I'll probably have to lock in and do a little bit of IFRE sort of stuff. Okay, let's try this water thing again without dying. Ah, refreshing. So if you're landing at 7:30, I mean, you'll probably be coming through more in the early morning-ish times then. Let's just assume 30 minutes from landing to gate. I assume you're probably more than just carry-on. So if so, waiting for baggage 30 minutes. Which would mean 9 o'clock to 9:30. Getting down to Barnstormers if you're going direct. Of course, you could always stop and do breakfast or whatever, because I'm sure there's some beautifully priced airport food there. It's 12 hours, so I'm assuming it's going to be from like 8 to 8 or 7 to 7. I don't think they put like a definitive start time. But I may opt to come a bit early then. Although you could probably spend all day there. Because there's going to be anywhere between 30 to 60 planes parked at any one time, and then stuff leaving and coming as the day goes on. It'll probably be around like 100 planes all day, throughout the course of the day. And there's going to be vendors and like a little craft fair show. Of course, the restaurant Barnstormers, which I do enjoy. I'll go there on the weekends sometimes. And then, of course, the craft fair show restaurant food vendors or whatever as well. So, should be a good bit. Good bit of stuff to do. If you do be there, or you are going to be there, I don't know if you follow the Multi-Shot Mat Instagram page, but I would do that and DM me on that. And if you're going to do that, go ahead and DM me tonight or first thing in the morning, because I'll make sure to check it whenever I'm waking up, because you may come in as a message request and I won't get the notification or whatever for it. And like on that also, I don't get notifications. So I would definitely I would say if you do plan on swinging in, then send me a message on that Instagram. Or email me. You have my email, and I do get Instagram, or I do get notifications from my email. So email me if you're going to be there, and I'll shoot you my number. And then you can text me, and it'll be easier than emailing back and forth trying to find each other. Walking around the show with fucking 200 or 300 other people. You don't even have Instagram. You should. Since you've been doing the short form content with YouTube, start posting that to Instagram. Like, I refuse TikTok just because I think it's predatory in a lot of ways. I got an X account, but I've never really done much with it. I do need to post there more. I need to start making some more content stuff. Okay, guys. Got a few miles of rain. No big deal. So I'll ignore chat for a little bit here while I do a little bit of instrument-ish flying, loose VFR/instrument. There's no roads to follow, so I'm actually going to have to look at the actual instruments. Pretty heavy rain though, look at that. Good for them. I am using my peripherals a bit, but I'm trying my best to stay in the instruments for what I can. mildly windy. I am feeling it. There's clouds there. I don't like that. We'll lose some altitude to stay out of the clouds. Definitely human-made roads. Oh, look, that's like the most civilization we've seen in a while. Look at that. We're still 20 miles from our next little stop where we're going to use the FBO in the little pilot's room. I can see horizon out in front of us. Yeah. If you do, cool. If not, also cool. It's all on you. I mean, it'll probably take you, what, 25 minutes off course one way and 25 minutes back on course to get there. Look, all I'm going to say is last year there was a Beechcraft stagger wing, or a beach stagger wing there. So I was very pleased being able to see that in person. I've got 3 cats and a dog. I've already told the pet sitter I'll be back on the 7th. You know, you could also even swing by and not wait for me, you know. Swing by, see what's there. It's a cool airport anyways. And then you can always come up on weekends since you do your trips to PDK or to Atlanta or whatever. If it's a nice, clean, sunny weekend, there's usually a good number of little planes that will fly in and out of there to come eat at the restaurant. So even if you don't make the show, it'll be good to stop by eventually. And even if you do make the show and you just come by for a little bit, it'll be neat to see everything getting set up, and you'll still be able to make it home before noon. Here, and I'll change Thursday Island to direct 2, and we'll do that once I land. So when I come back from using the pilot leaking area, I won't forget to plug that into GPS. So if anybody is watching now, we've got a handful of people in here. We'll be taking a bathroom break here in 10 minutes or so. More rain, yeah, another little yellow spot. Fun. Some more IFRing. Yeah. Yeah, wasn't a DC-3, it's like an older plane, but it was like a full fabric wrapped. It was like an old twin engine, looks DC-3, big fucking tail dragger. But still like only seats 6 people or some shit like that. DC-3 adjacent looking type thing. IFR, I follow rivers. Oh man. Maybe it'll clear up a little bit so I'm not doing this last bit. Instrument. I prefer not to. I think the DC-3 is across the runway. Or it was for a bit. I don't know if it still is. It's not on the restaurant side though. There's a lot of cool stuff that flies in. It's vintage flying days. Which then again, like most planes in general aviation are vintage. You so rarely see new planes unless it's like school bought. You see that stuff flying when they're blowing this way. There's a black stagger wing there last year, and it was clean. We did 2 flybys with the gear up, like low flybys. So an enclosed cockpit, biplane, like streamlined out, black with like gold pinstriping and accents and stuff, with the landing gear retracted because it's retractable gear. Did a couple of flybys. Me and my dad were both watching, like, holy shit, check this out. Gets thickish right here, but I can still see horizon that way, so not terrible. Just compounds to thick until you get to it, then it thins up. What's the name of this airport we're going to? Mopa. Mopa traffic. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey call sign Fuckwagon. We are 8 miles to your northwest, inbound for the ramp. Going to have an FBO and fuel stop. And then we're going to get out of here. Mopa. Mopa traffic. Or tower. Maybe we could have a tower. I don't know. I won't judge. Yep, dog should be with me. Unless I pull up and they're like, no, you can't have the dog here. Then I'll turn around, take them home, then come back. But pretty sure pups are allowed. I haven't seen anything against pups, and I know I can bring pups to the restaurant. Dino, D-I-N-O, like your second one there. Let's see, we're looking after the river crossing here. Oh, there's a good bit of civilization here. Nice. I'm taking him tomorrow to the normal pizza place that we go to. because I usually do that on Saturdays, but they're closed on Sundays. But he enjoys doing that, so we'll be doing that tomorrow instead. Does anyone here know about motorcycle helmet intercoms? Cardo. My friend was sponsored by them. My friend was actually the first people to be sponsored by Cardo. Like the first person or organization or whatever. Giant Armada. My fucking brain read that as giant armadillo. Probably because I killed an armadillo today. But yeah, I would say definitely do the Cardo stuff. I don't know their different models of everything, but I know I've used them before, way back when they first came out. Of course, they have many newer models since then. I'll have to ask my friend what models are current. But he was one of like their first sponsor people, and then he got them to sponsor the movie that he was the motorcycle stunt coordinator on. And the stunt double for the main guy. I know they used a lot of Cardo stuff on that. But I'm unsure of what model it was. So I may see him this weekend. I'll let you know. I already forgot the name of this fucking place. Not gonna give me the name? Mopa traffic is helicopter. Fuck wagon, we are half mile to the northwest, inbound direct for the ramp. We'll be stopping at fuel in the FBO and spinning down slightly. Lane coming off of our left. Myself into a tailwind situation right here. I'm doing a bit of a drift around. Put ourselves back with it. Okay, I'm going to spin this down a wee bit. Okay, guys, I'm going to go run to the FBO real quick and use the little pilot's room as we fill up on fuel. Once we get back, we'll be heading down to Thursday Island, so I'll be right back. Okay. That should be back up. Make sure I have my cyclic relatively neutral. Collect it down. Resume. Get my chair up a bit. Let's go forward a bit. Volume's back working. You can pretty much stand right next to the airport. Well, see, I don't want to aircraft swap because I don't want to do the 125, 130, or 66 yet because we'll be doing those a whole bunch. So I'm trying to enjoy other stuff before I can't use the other stuff. So if I was swapping into anything, it'd be like the 225. Shut up. And the 225, the Chinook, the 160, which that was in the thumbnail, so we can't do that. So we'll just stick with the 206 for now, while we can. So yeah, I'll ask him what's best for dirt biking and off-roading. And as far as the runway there, Georgia plane spotting, you can basically stand right next to it. There's a little fence. Direct to. Fair. Slowly get our RPMs back up. I can get a little bit taller still. Okay, traffic helicopter fuck wagon departing the ramp. Did I fuel up? Yes. Wind right there at us, so we're going to take off directly with the runway. Clear right, clear left. Got a little headwind, which may play. Nah, it's kind of crosswindish. We'll get going and we'll see what our wind situation looks like, and then we'll adjust accordingly to see if we want to take the 7,000 foot. We're basically negatives on the, not negatives, but kind of negligible. Kind of follow this down the beach a good bit and off the point there, so we're gonna straight down to Sunday. Let's see. Let me shoot him a message then. I've got a homie looking at buying a Cardo for their dirt biking. Do you happen to have a suggestion on which model would be best for that? Cool. I shot him a message. He may still be awake. If not, he'll be up tomorrow, 8 a.m., so that's 9 hours from now. And I'll see his message 10 o'clock or so. So, what I'll do, I'll just reply to whatever your most recent comment was on one of my posts with a, or I'll email you or something, with model number. I was going to say, well, I'll reply on the post, but yeah, I got your fucking email too. Black Coke, good to see ya. Helicopter, helicopter. Yeah, we have like a fucking 10-knot headwind right here. What'd you say, 7,000 feet for a, Oh no, wait, I'm at the wrong heading. I need to be here. Because I don't have it in the Garmin, I have it on the EFB. So at a 135 heading, Tom, what's our wind look like? Because right now I've got a 8 knot headwind. Oh no, we're speeding up. Oh yeah, about an 8 knot headwind at a 135 heading at give or take sea level. And I guess the follow-up question to that would be, are we going to be in clouds at that elevation, at that altitude? Because if it's just going to be cloud cover the entire time, it looks like it probably clears up over the water. I may stay low and deal with it now while we have trees and stuff to look at. And then as soon as we don't have trees to look at, then I'll take whatever altitude will be best for us. Six to 8,000, no clouds, about 2 knot headwind. That's not bad. I'll deal with it here currently, just because I've got shit to look at down here, and it makes the time go easier. But once we get down to that little peak before the ground disappears, when we get down here, we'll start to climb up and get up and over it. Once I get the water surface level be 20 knots, geez. Yeah, we'll climb to avoid that. Lower the collective, pull it back up, get our angle right, build our speed. Cool. Is Sunday Island part of Australia technically? So that would mean we are crossing to Australia. I figure with a name like Sunday Island, it's probably not part of this country that speaks whatever fucking language they speak. Sunday Island, Thursday. It's one of those day islands. And I'm not even going to be mad at it climbing right now a little bit. I was going to try to keep it lowish, but if it wants to add myself about 100 feet per minute, then it can add myself about 100 feet per minute. You know, do what you want to do. We still got the good speed that I want. Aboriginal island, but it's still quite nice. Lots of white people as well. Hell yeah, that's what I want to hear. Push those natives somewhere else. Way out, put that there. This channel is all about conquering native land recognition. Don't even understand what that means. Sorry you couldn't fight to defend what was yours. Yeah, there were some gnarly mountains yesterday, but it was kind of like all hidden by... Well, we got to see some, but it was kind of like near the end of yesterday. It was kind of all hidden by rainy, foggy bullshit. Today, we didn't have a lot of rainy, foggy bullshit till the end right there. And that little section we just went through. And, it's just been fucking flat and boring the whole time. Definitely see the heavier rain on the radar there. It's giving me altitude, so I'm just going to take it. I'm all the way forward on the cyclic, so what am I going to do? Lower the collective any to fight it? I'll lower my collective as much as I need to keep 120 plus knot airspeed. Only a 5 knot headwind right now, but we'll take the altitude. No, don't suck altitude away from me. We'll take the altitude. Wonder if we'll make it above those clouds out ahead of us. Probably not. He said to Y22, there is 2 for sale here, 100,000 G's. Also, funny thing, I'm looking to buy a 22 rifle because I want to start getting into like little plinking shooting. So I was like, $100,000 for a rifle, fuck. But yeah, R22. But $100,000 out of time needs 2,200 hourly. 2 has about 850 hours remaining. 350, jeez. They're charging a fucking premium for 850 hours, aren't they? Because I in my mind, and what seems to be market around here at least, a timed out 22 that's in good condition, you know, where it's not just like a complete shitter. It's worth 90 to 110,000 US dollars. I mean, shit, even at $250 an hour, which is bulk rate. 250 times 850. Okay, yeah, I guess it is fair-ish. So that's $200,000 worth of, yeah, like, I've seen R22s here that might need blades or something, which is what, 10 or 11,000. I've seen those here with 700 or 800 hours left, selling for 170, 180, 190. Like, not super, super terrible. Okay, 220. I didn't know the conversion. I thought the conversion was closer than that. Yeah, 220,000. Okay, that sounds reasonable. Honestly, I'd see 850 hours being more of a, like, 190 to 200,000. I'd probably lowball that. But MR blades are $50,000 each. Jeez. Not a cheap fucking game to get into. But if you know how to business it and make them work for you, then it's an asset that depreciates but also appreciates and doesn't lose its value. Like, it's a very, very predictable depreciation curve in helicopters with hours and maintenance and everything. Like, you know exactly what it's going to be worth. You know, you get your R22, you fly it till it's timed out. You know it's going to be X amount of dollars when it's ready to sell or ready to be overhauled. So at that point, it's easy to say, like, okay, cool, I can budget this much money per hour. Or you can do whatever much more per time to get shit done, you know? It's not like you get a car and then the company drops a new version of it or something and just completely fucking outdates any of your previous investment. I didn't get into the business of manufacturing helicopter blades. That's what that fucking's telling me right there. Although I know it's a lot of tooling and certification and stuff to get to that point. Then you also have that huge burden of having done it right and certifying stuff to get out there. Because people are putting their lives on that. Or is it 50,000 for the pair? $250,000 AUD. Okay, cool. So that's more in line with what I'm assuming then, right? Being 170, 180 USD. Yeah, 170. Okay, yeah, that's in line then. Which honestly, like, as fucking stupid and as irresponsible as it sounds, another 200-ish subscribers to where I'm at the 1,000 subscriber mark, where I can start making money through passive videos and shit. Then I'm going to start justifying stuff like that, even though I'll be making nowhere near that much money. And that's not fucking obvious. That's at least something I can run through the bank and have it marked as an income stream. And then bank loans and bank credit cards and stuff, those all work a completely different way than personal things. So using it as a tool, not as a showpiece. You're like, wait a second, that's fucking cheap. Hold on. "87 miles to the island that is a day of the week." Yeah, to the 6 people watching, share me to your helicopter friends. Help me hit that 1,000 subscriber mark. Because I'm not going to make money doing it either way, but at least at 1,000 subscribers, my other videos can slowly, passively start adding income, which is all stuff that goes into the books on the Multi-Shot Matt business account. And that's stuff that I can justify and expense and run all the correct numbers and tax doodads and so on to purchase a helicopter. Because YouTube ain't paying for it, but numbers moving through YouTube can pay for it. A brand new overhaul is around 550 AUD. So 360, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm sure this is kind of bugging y'all. It's not behind the thing for me, but I'll put this here so it's not blocking the whatever thing for you guys. Begin to start leveling off a wee bit. 7,600. Start dialing some speed back in. 99 knot airspeed. We got a tailwind up here. I will take it. 100 knot air, 107 ground. Now let's see if it was worth flying slower for that amount of time to get up to this altitude. Yeah, about a 7 knot tailwind at the moment. Not bad, we'll take it. I'm sure I could see Australia off to my right from this altitude, but there's shit in the way, so I can't. Looking more into that one at 250. Yeah, because that's not bad. 850 hours. Because if I do the $250 an hour thing, that being cost to fly and covering whatever, times 850 is $212,000. Then minus that cost, I mean, it's, I don't want to say paid for itself, but as long as there's nothing that's wrong with it, that's not a bad deal. Which that's the type of deal I'm looking for whenever I go to buy. I probably won't be ready to buy until March, realistically, unless something fucking changes right now. Oh, I know you're looking into it for you. I'm nowhere near in a position to buy right now. March or so, once the next season of my show's finished filming, I should have a chunk of change setting aside. I should have private by then. Should still have a good leftover chunk of change to act as a down payment or whatever. But that's the type of hour range and price that I would optimally be looking for. Because I can put 500 hours on that and sell it with 350 left to somebody who's looking to do the exact same thing that I did. And then make most of my money back as far as investment or use to me wise. You know, at 350 hours left, it's what, 140, 150,000 realistically, if I cleaned up and take care of it all nice and everything. So it would be worth it to me, especially that hour range, because that's a resellable range, easily resellable range, to have hours left where somebody can enjoy it some before either selling it for overhaul. The logistics to get us here is not that bad, honestly. I've got friends who do brokeraging, and they deal with all that stuff. Yeah, so something in that range would be what I would be looking for eventually when the time comes. Because like I said, I can get 500 hours on that and be extremely hireable by most places. Like agriculture and like base utility sort of stuff. And then I can still sell it to somebody else who's like me, where they said, okay, cool, it's worth it for me to buy an R22 with 200 to 500 hours left on it, to where they can spend 150 hours worth of time getting their commercial and then sell it to a school or a leasing company who's looking to sell it or to buy it and overhaul it. So that price range, that hour range, is definitely an attractive deal for anybody who is looking to do it, at least for what I would be doing it for, or if you were getting it for what you were doing it, using it for. I mean, shit, even at 850 hours, you know, I could get my commercial and get all that done. Get my CFI, and then I can train out of my own helicopter. And it can actively make me money back, and I wouldn't even have to worry about leasing it to anybody else. Yeah, logistics on shipping a helicopter is not too huge of a deal. International setups like that, they happen pretty often. And like I said, my homie, he works for a brokerage and they do international dealings pretty consistently. So they do everything from going through all the logbooks to making sure it's okay, making sure escrows and payments and everything go the way it should. They know how to talk to MROs overseas and have them taken down and put into shipping containers, having them shipped over, having them received, all the customs paperwork, all the reassembly and testing and everything, and then having it there and ready for whoever's buying it to pick it up. That's stuff that they do, I don't say all the time, but a lot. So it's wrong time for me. I'm not working right now, so everything that I'm doing is living on savings. And I've got a decent little bit of savings. But the company definitely doesn't move money because I don't really do anything with multi-shot mat right now other than this. When I'm making a personal income again, back when the show starts filming, so that will be August or July, then I'll be back to making pretty solid income. But even then, like, if they're not using a lot of guns in the show, then I'm not going to work a lot, and I'll be trying to do more prop work with them. But who knows? But it's all coming out of my personal wallet, basically. So that's another reason why I'm also looking at a whole bunch of different business ideas that I can do with the savings that I do have, because I can take, you know, $30,000, $40,000 and turn it into something that creates me $10,000 to $15,000 a month. Then that's doing way, way better than just sitting and slowly getting eaten away. That's interesting anyways. I'm going to go back and look more into it yourself. No, go for it. If you're able to get into it, get into it. Plus, I also know looking into small business loans for a helicopter is hard, especially when you don't have a helicopter license. So that's something I definitely need to make sure I'm looking into or pushing forward to. So yeah, once I'm making an income again and working in film consistently, I'll start jumping into my lessons as soon as I can, because I know I'll be able to replenish that in a couple of weeks. Then we looking at, hopefully by that time too, multi-shot mats at the 1K mark, and then it can start making a little bit of money on the side as well, which I'll post more normal videos, which I should be doing that now anyway. Should be building up the library. I shouldn't just be doing streaming things. I mean, yeah, dude, that's the move. Fucking leasing it out. I was literally watching a video today on a dude who treats like little single engine airplanes, like Cessnas, Pipers, Moonies, whatever, treats them like real estate. Where like he'll buy planes, like he'll find one for sale that's good and ready to go, and he won't even look for this plane until he's talking to a school somewhere. And he finds a school and they're like, yeah, we could really use a 28-140 Piper or whatever. And he's like, cool, if I lease one to you for X amount of dollars a month or whatever, would y'all pay that? And they're usually like, oh yeah, that'd be a great deal. Then he'll hop on Controller or trade a plane, He'll find a 28 140 and call them saying like, okay, cool, go pick it up from here. And he'll buy it and he'll never fucking see it. It just goes straight to the school. So yeah, doing it to lease, it's a good thing. You just gotta have the contacts to be able to, who's looking for a helicopter to add to their fleet to lease out and to use. And I'm sure you know because you're already in the space, but you have to know leasing terms. You could say, cool, it's going to cost you $200 an hour, or yeah, let's just say $200 an hour to rent my helicopter. But it also has to be paid as a whatever hour minimum, or else they could be like, okay, cool, yeah, we only flew it for 3 hours this month, so you're only getting $600. Well, $600 isn't covering a fucking $150,000 banknote trying to pay back a helicopter lease. So you have to have those minimums set in there. We are going to have to throw some fucking altitude at here. Or maybe there's a little bit of a deal that maybe there's a split. We can kind of split the level between these clouds, but it looks like we may have to go up a good bit. Okay, cool, whatever. I'm down for an adventure. Uh-oh, Georgia plane spotting back in chat. Yeah, exactly. You have to have the contract videos. You know what? I'm fresh out of Piper PA-28s, so I can't do that for you right now, man. Sorry. Dude, like I was saying back when we were going through whatever other part of fucking Indonesia, or Taiwan or whatever. No, it was once we were south of Taiwan. Was it? Maybe. But it's like, I wish fucking other airplanes had cool names. Like Cherokee Cruiser kind of sounds dumb, but Meridian sounds sick as shit. Most leases are 30 hours a month lease, and it has to be paid even if they only do 5 hours. Yeah, exactly. But it ended up selling out, so this might be another option. And I don't want to say like the 22 is the more attractive option, not just for money-wise, but like if you're starting out into leasing or whatever, like pretty much everybody's going to be training in the 22. So I don't want to say that's what you're limited to, but I feel like there's more schools looking for a 22 versus a 44. It's like only if they are planning on having a much bigger person in there, or they want like an IFR trainer or something, like then they could be looking for a 44. But 22 is definitely higher on my list just because it cheaper barrier entry, whatever. Now, if I can find a school, if I can get the multi-shot mat books playing the way that I want them to, I got a 10-knot tailwind here. I'll take it. If I can get the multi-shot mat books playing like I want them to, like I should be able to, shouldn't be that big of a deal. Then I could probably be able to squeak off an R44. It'd be a stretch, but I could. But if I'm able to talk to the bank, they're like, oh yeah, we could definitely do this, or whatever. We'll definitely do a business loan for X because you've been doing this for X amount of years, and and you're doing a media business, you work in film, helicopter use for film work, whatever. Like I could definitely, most likely, talk them into the viability of a 44. But before I would make that jump, I would definitely want to have it leased out. I would want to have it pre-leased. like I said, unless something happens where I'm just making money like it's nobody's fucking business, then I'm not going to jump into a $250,000 helicopter worth of payment, you know. Like already on the 22, like I may put $40,000 to $50,000 down, but I still want to have $10,000 to $15,000 in the bank just set aside to preemptively make payments on it, you know, for if the lease doesn't work out or something, I need to try to fucking catch myself. Yeah, Piper knows how to name planes, that's for sure. Okay, we're about to get cloudish here, guys. This is just all white to me. I don't know if y'all have better views. This is just all white, fluffy bullshit to me. With that being said, I don't want to... Oh, clear it out a bit. I may slowly drop through these. Headwind be damned. I can kind of see the gap. I think I may even see the fucking island up here through this gap that's straight ahead of us. That's what I'm kind of have my current aim at, to work my way through that hole. Stop gaining altitude, just fucking fly. Yeah, white with some shadows. I don't know what the colorway was for you guys, but it was basically just pure white for me. But I do see some islands up here, so we're going to keep those in mind. 60 miles, so we're about 35 minutes. So we're going 120-ish knots over the ground. Okay, cool. This isn't that bad. We may be able to stay up longer than I was expecting. Okay, it started 122, getting leased out. Now to 6 R44s, 350, and a 66, and a 22, all out on lease. Hell yeah. I'm not saying that's what I want to do, but I would not be against being a leasing company. I feel like I'm personable enough to talk to a lot of people and to communicate and to be fair enough to where I'm still making money, but everybody's still getting a good deal, you know. No, we're going to head down to Thursday Island. Tom talked me into it, and that makes it where we're technically in Australia, but we're not on mainland Australia. No more Boogie Island. Straight to Sunday, or straight to Thursday. At 131 knots. Damn right. And we're going to work below these clouds. I don't because I don't know if we'll have another... Oh, we probably will have another good way back through, but... No, whatever island's next to Thursday Island. There's one down there. Like a 2-runway airport looked like. It's the one that's just to the east of Thursday. Friday. More island. Yeah, whatever is like one island to the east. Literally next door. There's some fucking ATR 72 out here that's doing its little island hopping, and I'm just a fucking 206 blasting through clouds. No IFR clearance, just fucking living my life. Now there's an island down to the right somewhere. Doesn't know where. Oh, it's still kind of a bit out in front of us. We'll probably be there once we break out of this one. Ooh, but I can see island on my synthetic vision in front of us, so that's cool. And that might just be a little sandbar to our, right off of our nose down there. Losing altitude so we don't spend too much time here in this fucking cloud. $700 feet a minute, 128 knot ground speed, 1,000 feet a minute. Cool. How thick is these damn clouds? There we go, there's a breakthrough. There's the little things off there to the left. So they are visible. Very cool. Very cool. Going to Horny Island. That's where I want to be. Let's go. ripples in the water as well. Hell yeah. That's what the boys want to see. Yeah, tomorrow we should do Can. I need to see how far that is. It may go further. Who knows? Booby Island. Hell yeah. I'm definitely mature enough to not laugh at Booby Island. And we were just at 69.69 for altitude, so. I actually heard of Booby Island. There's a Penis Island too, up near Newfoundland somewhere. Still can't believe I don't see this other reef island thing off to the right. Maybe it's actually not represented here in the real world, but just on the map. I'm not ever calling it Cairns. There's an R in it. Why is there a letter R in it then? Riddle me that. Booby Island. Map. Open maps. So Booby Island appears to be this one here, I think. Yeah, that's it. It's offensive to say it your way, is it? Yes. Oh, sorry. Karen's, yeah. Karen's. AIR, air. Okay, there it is. It was just fucking further off than I expected it to be over there. It does exist. Currently 52 miles from destination. It also means 45 miles from Booby Island. Which we got plenty of fuel. I feel like we're legally obligated to stop at Booby Island. Track 2. Track 2154 heading Booby Island. Here we come. How can I go around the world, be passing within 10 miles of Booby Island, and not go to Booby Island? It would be fucking ridiculous. And I would expect everybody to unsubscribe from me if I did. But since we are men of culture, we're going to the tip. Damn right we gotta stop at Boigu Island. It is non-negotiable at this point, knowing that there's an island called Boigu Island. And I can see lighter colored water out there, which I'm assuming is all of this sandbarring and stuff. Can't quite identify an island of boobs yet. But we're working on it. We are damn sure working on it, that is for sure. Still like a 9-knot tailwind right here, I'll take it. Actually, I don't know how far we are from Final Destination because the Garmin's here are going to be taking me to Boigu Island. Now that we're freeballing it, we may be like 30 miles from Boigu Island here. Like 15 minutes optimally. I'm watching my direct to thing on the bottom right screen of the iPad. It was 53 nautical miles when we started it, but that was a few minutes ago. See if I can. Stop gaining altitude and moving speed. Be normal. Imagining that radio call. Hey, we're diverting to Boigu Island. Everybody in the back was cheering whenever we said we'd be flying near it, so I have to go now. We'll push our arrival time slightly later. It's probably a pretty common thing for the controllers to hear up in this area. Guys, we're going to do the Boigu diversion. Miles to 120 knot airspeed, ground speed. I'll say this, the water is definitely further than it felt. Or further than it seemed. Maybe because we were doing such a longer jump here. This jump here is equivalent to this jump here. So it's definitely longer because of the angle that we're taking into it, that's for sure. Didn't let you say it the railway. Could you do the booby holding pattern for us? Oh, yeah, we're delayed getting into... There's a little bit of weather over the airport, so we're going to go into the booby holding pattern while we wait for Tower to give us the clearance to come on in. Nobody riding along today, okay. We're doing it. 46 miles to Boobies. All I can ask for. I'm losing altitude here. Go check out aviationtrader.com. Okay, .au. Yellow, not bad color. Lee Shalakome. What a name. Yeah, I'll have to look more at that later. Not exactly at the purchasing spot yet, but I do look at just about every single one that I see posted anywhere. Just because you can always learn. I can definitely see the discoloration of the sea over there, and maybe even some islands, which is part of this chain here. Of course, where we should be going is there, but where we're going, where our heart's telling us is up here. That's what the holding pattern looks like. We'll align ourselves with the booby fix for Thursday. I'll have to do the booby visual fix. $41 miles to booby. The cool thing is, other than the little water crossing at the beginning of the stream, the next stream, this should be the last water crossing until we leave Australia. I think we're going to do one jump to an island near one of the places that Tom has us going. But other than that, everything should be relatively overland. Clouds suck. They're just keeping boobies away from me. I am not a fan of that. Clear from booby approach for Thursday for Horn Island. Is Australia even real? Are we going to get down here and there's just going to be fucking nothing down here? There's a place called Boigu Island on Thursday in Horn. Now, over there, looks like that's that right there. Just like a big, shallow area. No landmass. Boobies at the bottom of the screen. Perfect. Adjust my seat and stuff a little bit. Make myself slightly more comfortable, you know? Hello, VD. I want to get below these clouds so I can see the moon. We're getting back into headwind territory now, though. But that's okay. I'm getting my head winded at Boigu Island. It's a t-shirt. I got my head winded at Boigu Island. Putting the legs in the wrong spot. They're meant to be legs. There's somebody that's figured out how to draw like an entire anatomically correct human body with just like parentheses and fucking different symbols. 33 miles from boobs. Way too fucking slow right now, though. I'll tell you that. We'll get out of this false auto rotation that we were doing and pour some fucking ponies at it. We have business to do. What is it, 12:30? Not too late either. Will we be able to see Boob after the breakout? Or will there be more coverage? More coverage. Ugh. Damn. What a tease. And I think I see mainland Australia back there. Hello. Guess you are kind of real. Do we have visual for boobs? No. Sadly not. It's just like all the airports that have their fun names for their fixes going into it. I forget all the ones that do, but there's a handful of airports that have like really fun, interesting names for all the points getting in. God, we're going to have to be right on top of Boob to get visual of them. The YouTube algorithm right now is like, guys, they're talking about an island, but oof, it really sounds like they're talking about other stuff. Yeah, it's definitely mainland back there. 20. Only 27 miles until such a pest. Have a look and go back. I don't know about that. Helicopter still sounds the same to me. Let me jump outside and back in real quick, see if it fixes any sound for you. Sound better? I think I may see some boob out in front of us. We're 25 miles away now. Look, I mean, honestly, if I can't see your boob by 25 miles away, is it even big enough to visit? Sound normal again? Cool. Yeah, I've definitely fallen asleep on the couch the past few nights. Don't want to do that again tonight. Don't want to push it. Boob is still hiding from us, baby. What are you doing to us? All of us here in the stream are just looking forward to Booby Island. You stay concealed. That was lower though. I could see it. I'm enjoying our 10-knot headwind. I got my head winded at Booby Island. Oh, I'm gonna land there. Even if there's a spot that's only big enough for the fucking skids to put down, I'm gonna put down on Booby Island. And we're gonna turn the rotor speed down and I'm gonna hop out and I'm going to touch Booby Island. Also, I'm thinking about, one day I do plan on traveling a lot more in real life. So I would like to make a list of places that I think would be cool to visit in real life that are also places that we visited or stopped during this Around the World stream. Or any other streams we do it. Mostly the Around the World one, you know, there's a bit more importance in that, you know. So we're about equally far away as that is over there. So through the breakout, that reef, sandbar, whatever, will probably be the same distance to Booby Island in front of us, if not slightly shorter. Actually, that's Sunday, or I don't think that's mainland. Mainland's more out in front of us. But so yeah, if I get to come visit Booby Island in real life, which I feel like if I'm going to spend the time and effort to visit Australia, then I'm definitely going to spend the extra money to go to Booby Island, because then it'd be ridiculous to come down here and not see Booby Island. Like the only redeeming factor of this whole entire continent, probably. And I can visit the nipple of Australia also, which we do plan on visiting here in the stream in like 2 weeks. "17 miles to Booby." God, a little see-through covering and everything. Oh. I bet it's behind these clouds too. Ah. I gotta go find a real booby this weekend. We're still kind of in this cloud here. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do all the places we stop in the stream, but any, like, neat place that would be worth stopping. Like a cool story, like, oh man, like, if I'm already out here, I'm going to kick myself for not visiting A, B, or C, or whatever. I think Cape York might be there, but I think what I was originally looking at was whatever the other island here is. Cape York's probably up there, yeah. "4,000 feet and descending." We're gonna keep on descent now. No more easy cruising. We're going down. We're now a booby-seeking helicopter. Give her to me. Miles? I don't know, we'll see it on the breaking through on the other side of these, but I can almost guarantee as soon as we break under it, we will see what we've all been waiting for. Honestly, this entire stream may culminate at this one point. If I die in an accident tomorrow from being hit by an airplane, or Saturday, then everybody can know it was not in vain. We might break through horizontally on this one before we go underneath of it. And so we're to nose over, but that's frowned upon, apparently. Continue descending, you son of a bitch. Of course, I can't really nose over my fucking cyclics all the way forward. I'd have to drop collective and let it eat that way. Then that's B&E and shit too. horizontally. We're braking vertically here. Are we doing it? Please. We're only 8 miles. I see it, boys. There she blows. Hot damn, that is exactly what I wanted to see. What a sight for sore eyes. Yeah, I definitely see more Australia over there. And I might witness, or be the cause. You did say PvP is allowed. Wildflower, you better stay away from my fucking booby. Yeah, PvP is allowed if I don't have my dog. But Dino there, you can't touch me. Alkira for us. I'm assuming you're sailing pleasure craft. Come on over to Boigu Island now. Dude, I can imagine being on some of these fucking tiny ass sailboats out here doing ocean shit. Like, this isn't that bad. Like, you're close enough to shore where it's not that bad of a thing, but there's some of these dude with like little fucking sailboats, like doing ocean crossing. Balls on them. Holy shit. God, I just can't take my eyes off of her. Look at it. Like a boob right there, a little areola, and the nips right on top. Whew. Shoot. Ooh-wee. What I like to see. Gotta make some phone calls for this weekend for sure. If you ain't horny, you ain't healthy. That's the fucking law. Probably the most stable approach I've ever had to a booby in my entire life. Definitely have a tailwind here. I don't want to fuck up and crash on Boigu Island, so we're gonna do a quick little siding pass down to the south side of it and point back north. Is it everything you guys wanted it to be? There's definitely stuff here. I don't know what it is. Looks smoother up here. Even though there are things up here, this is definitely the smoother spot. Should I do it, guys? Do we touch booby? Yeah, we do. Oh. Just throttle down. Boys, 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 boys.
Could be bigger. There's a lighthouse over down. Definitely the first movie that touch.
Okay. Well, there's videos somewhere that prove otherwise. Okay. Oh. Touch the water at Boigu Island. Then we'll quick travel back up here. You know, it's bigger than it looks, you know? Yes. Booby Beach. And Shift C puts us back in the helicopter. Hope I didn't ruin your immersion there, boys. Hold up a second. Okay, let's get back to it. Rotor speed up, slowly turning the throttle up, keeping our torque low and managed. Now we just basically go fucking east. Can feel that wind from the right, can't we? Oh. Yeah. Good little Boigu Island. Goodbye, Boigu Island. You know, it was fun. Got my feet wet, which isn't what I expect when I get into a booby like that. But, you know, it works. Pony up a little bit. A slight headwind, but no big deal. Don't matter because we are almost here. We're almost there. We are here. Since had an early flight on Saturday. I might not show up tomorrow. Nope, that's cool, dude. If you're sleeping in, you're sleeping in. Or not sleeping in, but going to bed early. Go to bed early. Early flights are early flights. See ya, and thank you for being here today. Glad you got to experience Boigu Island. You know, that's kind of the most important thing. .125 air, 122 ground, not bad. 4 knots is livable. Probably 6 miles to shore here. I would say at least until it's shallow enough to where we're not worried about swimming back, but pretty sure there's a lot of fucking great whites out here, so I wouldn't want to swim regardless. Ace, you're always showing up near the end. But you are like West Coast, though, if I remember correctly. Or somewhere that's not usually getting home until now anyways. But you did miss the fun stuff. If you want to rewind a couple of minutes, we landed on Boigu Island here on the north side of Australia. But now we're heading over to Horn Island, Sunday Island area, which is just here in front of us. And literally the next thing from here would be jumping to Australia, but we'll be doing that next stream. We'll be calling this the end of today's Around the World segment. I do want to try the Huey startup again, because there were some people talking about keeping a torque percentage under a certain limit. So I want... You keep getting it like this. It happens. Maybe he just got in home, but not in the place where you can get in and play. Why are you fucking climbing? Jeez, I'm okay with it. Yeah, I think when he says get in, he means he just got in home 20 minutes ago. G. Horn E. Horn Airport, this is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey Call Sign Foxwagon. We are 12 miles to your west, inbound from Boigu, heading directly for the ramp to park it up for the night, Horn Tower. Yep, water's definitely a different color here. It's nice, refreshing. There's a little shadow out there. No, Tom lives out back and down under, so his internet sucks. And with this being a cloud-based game, probably would. Although if he ever does get Starlink, which I have, or some sort of satellite-based internet, as well as the game and controls, he is more than welcome to come fly along. Now, it did show 2 landing points up here that were not part of the airport. Oh, this island here, okay. One here at the end, which is actually a very visible helipad. Yeah, that's actually a marked helipad also. Cool. Yeah, graphics tend to be better in real life, and you get like the real air movement through you. Downside is cost a lot more. But also you can get more bitches and do booby stuff. As you tell a girl, hey, you want to go ride in my flight simulator? It's not as an attractive thing as, hey, let's go hop in the helicopter. Go chase a kangaroo or something. I don't know. Well, whatever recreational people do in Sunshine Coast. Or Sunshine Coast area. Look how nice this water looks. Everything's a fucking tailwind in this place. Or a headwind. A 20 knot headwind right here. I'm not going to land because I see the whatever readings or whatever inconsistent, so the pad's moving up and down. I don't want to risk a crash this close. Horny Tower, this is helicopter fuckwagon. We are 5 miles west inbound from the Sound, looking for the ramp. Horny Tower. What, you mean you just can't click fuel, fuel, fuel and get fuel for free? Yeah, Tom is a lucky individual. His family and friends and business partners and stuff happen to be purveyors of a helicopter tourism business in Australia. So he's grown up around it, and he's a licensed private pilot himself. General Cargo. Nice to meet you. Although that doesn't quite look like a general cargo boat. It'd be a fucking flex to pull up in one of those, though. Warning Tower, we'll keep south of the active. De Havilland, 8 Delta. Okay, let's see. Where's most likely? Probably over here somewhere. Popping up on our iPad in about 3, 2, 1, 0. Boom. Here we are. '18, 108. So we got a headwind in the direction that we're facing here. Perfect. We'll do a recon pass, figure out where we're going to set down, and then do a set down. So the fuel truck over here to the left. Different places, looking like over here. Throttling down. Four-hour trip, not bad. Yeah, I'm okay with being there, but not mainland. I can call that okay. No. Okay, there we go. We've made it to Thursday Island. Technically, we're in Australia now. Welcome to a new continent, everybody. Didn't think we were going to go this far today, but figured might as well. Why not, you know? And we got to see Boigu Island, most importantly. Probably the most worthwhile detail that there could have been. And, yeah, welcome to Horny Airport. A lolly pops up somewhere. Anyways, that'll do it for the around the world bit. I'm going to go see if we can do a quick Huey start to make it work. Other than that, that's going to be it for it today. Y'all want to hang out for a Huey start? Then, hang on with me. And we'll go do that real quick. But now we're locked into Horny Island. Horn Eye. Come on. And then tomorrow we're going to start getting down into here, then eventually down here, and over here to the nipple, then up and out. I'm going to fly the Huey in Italy. Let's see. So Ace, I don't know if you're getting on or not. We're going to do it in Naples, Italy, at Capo Cindino Lima Hotel, India, Lima, India, Romeo, November, LIRN. Says departure. Save and back start. Oh, yep, sorry, didn't see there. Melbourne. It's probably the best Australian word that I can say. Or Australian pronunciation. Melbourne. Melbourne. Okay, Shift C. Let's get in here. So I need to go down. Okay, there we go. I like that. Down. Forward. Battery. Please shut up. It's the most annoying thing. Fuel gauge test, good. Fire test, good. Don't worry about that. Those are off. Chip detector on both. Auxiliary fuels, cool, whatever. I got my throttle all the way down. That's important. Over here. Lights good. Wiper select. Bleed air. None of that needs to be worried about. Over here, that's on AC. Inverter off. ESS bus. Starter gen still on start. That's good there. That's odd in there. So now I should be able to. Let me click just my start button and see if that does anything. Okay, and it's click on, click off. Okay. Fuel on now. So now I'm going to slowly So I just need to do like the world's longest fucking startup procedure of this thing. Is that what it is? Basically, I'm keeping the torque pressure as low as I can. I'm watching the rotor speed until it doesn't fucking rotor anymore. starter generator. Okay, we're not getting any more rotor speed. No, what are you doing, Torque? Stay low. Stop scooting sideways. Not even rotating, you're just fucking scooting. When I tell you guys I'm barely turning the fucking throttle. I think this is what it was. Just getting up to speed quicker than what we should have. We now have the rotor speed we want. Don't give me all that torque fucking pressure. Unnecessary. Cool. Cool. We'll do a little Huey flying right now then. Master caution about what? Did I just not turn the light off? I'm out. See ya. Adios. Ace. Didn't see us. There you go. No, sadly not Papua or Huey. I don't think it's the same tail number. Go away. Go away. Master caution, I don't have any lights, fuck off. Everything is good. So I'm not gonna worry about it then. Unless there's a caution out button that I'm unaware of. Or maybe I need to do it with honestly, I enjoy the shit out of the Huey. Oh. The fucking slap on these blades, boys. Holy. Ugh. Get me fucking torqued in the morning. I think all Hueys just came factory with a fucking wheel barrel and built in. I think there should also be some helipads around here. So what I'll do, I'll leave my little lollipop gauges on, and we'll go hit some helipads. Is there a fucking caution light out button, or do I have a caution for some reason? Or is it like a fuel thing? Fueled up fully, whatever, I don't care. So we're heavy, but we're happy. There's some steeper approaches coming in. Actually, I have no idea what these pads look like, so we'll do a recon on them real quick. God, the rotary slide is good. Two different approaches on these pads. I know I need to be somewhat far forward on this, so I was really fucking pussyfooting it. Oh, oops, sorry, wrong building. I don't want to say pad landings are weird, but with the skids being like behind you a little bit, you just always feel like you're way too far forward. You just kind of have to know how far back your skids are compared to you. I mean, pull the caution light breaker, it will no longer be on. Every time I get a warning, I just pull the breakers for more time. I mean, that's what I do in my car. Check engine lights don't fucking matter. One. Just back in there. Oop. No. Breakers don't work. Sucks. Whole helicopters are ruined. Floating stuff in this area. I don't want to get too fucking low. I'll end up lighting us. Anyways, I'm going to come sit back over down here because I have got to use the FBO and not in a quick manner. So we'll call that good for today. Then we figured out the Huey, so once we get out of Australia, we can have some Huey days. I think I can even do options for like some glass cockpit editions and some of them, or at least it did in 2020. I don't know about this. Also, one thing I've heard about Hueys, which I think I've only done once or twice, is that though. Can you show every helicopter? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll throw an auto in. I'm going to do a non-recoverable auto as well. I'm turning the fuel off. Engine's completely dead now. Rotor RPM is still good. I really want to land. Kind of like this bigger area over here. Ooh, that looks like a little helipad over to the right. We're going to take that. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware my engine's not working. I literally turned off the fuel. Still hovering. I'm pulling so much collective right now. Still hovering. Wow. Yeah, a lot of rotary inertia. Super easy set down, so good to go. Escape. End flight. Ugh. Okay, helichopters in the multi-shot mat arsenal are the H-125 that comes with the game, the H-145, and there's a couple of variants on these, so that has like utility and stuff. H-145, the 160, the 225, the 407, which finally works again, the Chinook CH-47 Delta, 206L, which we used today, the 206B, which we've used before, the 222 Bravo, the 500E, the 130, the other 125, which is one that I bought back in 2020, as you can see here, which we have more color options on this particular one versus the factory one. R22, the S64F. These two 206 are these four 206s, which I like their flight dynamics better. They feel more realistic-ish, but they don't work here in 2024 for some reason. I need to look into it. The world's slowest helicopter, the G2, at least as far as the game's concerned. The R66, and then our Hueys. So that's a rundown of what we've got. Any other questions before I call it off for the day? No, also these, but they don't count. Also, I can't figure out the joystick setups in these because they don't tell you what the controls are when you're trying to do it. So I can't map anything to make it actually fucking function. Okay, cool. Now you remember. Sick. Well, thank you everybody for being here. Made a good shot. We're now in Australia, mainland Australia next stream, which should be tomorrow. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. We'll do it again soon, as in tomorrow most likely. And then probably not Saturday, maybe Sunday. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway.